Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland. Please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. So, today is Tuesday the 21st of April 2026. A heck of a lot has happened since I last did a Let Me Bore You to Sleep, which was yesterday afternoon. A lot. A lot has happened. So, blimey, a lot that I can't mention. It's like, why do you mention it then if you can't tell us? Well, because it's about someone else. But yeah, there was yesterday. There was police involvement searching for somebody, an adult that was missing. Feared in trouble, so yeah, eventually it all came good. It all kind of worked out, and the person ended up home safely. But it was a very frantic couple of hours, I'll be honest. Left me a bit frazzled. But I got up this morning, quite early actually, and I made a sleep hypnosis recording, which is, I'm not sure what it was called. It's about an hour and a half. Is that all you can tell us about what happened yesterday? So, when you put the bins out, you spend about 3 hours talking about how you do that. But something interesting happens and you tell us like one sentence. Is that it? Yeah, but it's a little bit different. If it's about me specifically, I can go into as much detail as you want. But when it's about somebody else, especially when it's someone that I care about, so, you know, it's not like it was about a stranger I didn't know or anything. I got this cough, keep coughing. It's not like it was about a stranger or anything like that. I finished my course of penicillin, so my tooth is now, well, the infection I think is cleared away, and my stomach is starting to settle back to, if I just say the word solids, I think you know what I mean. My bum's now on solid foods. It's like a little baby. Oh dear. So yeah, it's started to. I'm still a little bit in my stomach, but I'm generally okay now. And I want to put it down to the infection leaving my body. I'm thinking of it as a positive. And it wasn't my idea, someone else said that, and I thought, yeah, I like that idea. The infection leaving my body, and my body fighting against the infection. And also I thought, you know what? Just generally in life, I might have had other infections in my body that the penicillin or antibiotics or whatever has been working to eradicate from my body, other than just the one in my tooth. So maybe there's been a few other things that it's helped to get rid of. Because, I mean, I rarely have antibiotics or penicillin. Can't even remember the last time. It's years and years and years and years and years. Because I know the doctors don't like to prescribe them, do they? Because of the... So they do, to make sure that they work when you do need them. So I haven't had them for a long time. I can't remember, because I've never had a tooth infection before. I've had toothache before and then gone and had a fill-in or had the tooth out. I've never had a tooth infection come up on the x-ray, or at least no one's ever mentioned it. Yeah, I had antibiotics when I had the dog bite on my little finger. The reason I laugh, because it's a natural response. Now, the reason I laugh is because I still remember the conversation where the doctor was saying, yeah, you might have to have plastic surgery. You might need plastic surgery. Like, it's my little finger. I mean, it wasn't, it was a bit of a mess on the end, but it wasn't like it was a cosmetic procedure rather than a medical procedure. That makes sense. It didn't need cosmetic surgery, but they thought, yeah, it might not look great. It might not grow back and there'd be a big scar on it. What do I care? It's my little finger. I mean, they even said, oh, the nail won't grow back, but it did. And it's my little finger. I like my little finger. I'm not being prejudiced against my little finger. I would actually argue that my little finger's quite cute. Both my little fingers are probably the best looking fingers on my hands. The left one's better than the right because the right one's got a big scar on it. That's, I would say, hardly noticeable. If you didn't notice there, you probably wouldn't notice it. It's not like I'm walking around with a big pink hat on. That's noticeable. That's a weird thing to say, wasn't it? So, just like you might, they're so serious as well. Yeah, you might need plastic surgery on that. No. And I've said this a few times, but when it comes to a list of cosmetic plastic surgery procedures that I would need, my little finger would not even be in the top 100. Blimey. I mean, liposuction is probably moving further and further up to the top. But I'm thinking, I do wonder, because there is some stuff I could probably do to my face to make myself look a little bit more presentable, like, human. But then I think, you know what? This is how I look. I was born with the genetic gene that gave me pink skin on my face. My uncles have it, my dad has it, I have it. It's just the way it is. Maybe it's the Irish gene, I don't know. And I had partially ginger hair. Again, it's a genetic thing. I didn't dye my hair. I have, but not. I was at school twice, actually. Once I dyed my hair brown, which was weird because, okay, here's my theory, right? I wanted to dye my hair, but I wasn't sure if I'd enjoy the experience and what kind of results would be. So I dyed my hair the same colour it already was. So nobody noticed, but I knew. That's really what mattered. And I felt a little bit more confident because someone did say, is your hair a slightly darker shade of brown than it was last week, Jason? And I'd say, I don't know what you mean. And I'd just shake my hair like in those shampoo adverts. The sun shining on my nose. So, my bald patch. I actually knew someone at school that was going bald. I had like a bald patch in high school. And they looked cool. You know what it is? They actually looked cool. They weren't bald, but you could see they were balding. But they were just a groovy person, and no one cared. people used to look up to him, and like he was a popular person. It didn't happen when I started to go bald. I changed it from went bald to started to go bald, because I will not accept that I've got a bald patch. It won't happen. Can't do it. Can't do it. It's not fair. Why should I have a bald patch yet my dad doesn't? Maybe my mum has. Maybe I inherited my hair from her. I mean, she had dark hair. I've got dark hair. She wore glasses. I wear glasses. Like, my dad wears glasses now, but he never used to. Like, my mum wore glasses when I was a baby. So I've been wearing glasses since I was a kid. Not all the time. And by that, I don't mean in the bath or in bed. I'm talking about full time. I've only been wearing glasses for I'm not sure. That's an unusual question, isn't it? How long have I been wearing glasses all the time? 15 years, maybe? Or was I wearing glasses at college all the time? No, I wasn't. I wasn't. Because I started wearing glasses. I used to wear my reading glasses when I was doing counselling, because it just helped me. I didn't realise that my eyes were kind of going a bit, and it helped me to kind of focus a little bit, if that made any sense. I think just maybe the person's face was a bit blurry. It basically just made sure that I faced the right way during a counselling session. That can be off-putting for the the patient. He was a very good listener, but I was very distracted by his bald patch at the back of his head. I wonder if I'm actually going to end up like proper bald. Not through choice. Not because I shave it. Because at the moment I can say, well, I do shave it. Which I do. Like every few months I shave it off. But will I keep that going in 10 years' time? I'll shave it. What, every hour? You shave it every 10 minutes, do you? No. You got 3 hairs on your head. That used to make me laugh. I had a friend he basically had a big bald patch on top and hair around the sides. That wasn't what made me laugh, because I don't make fun of people's bald patches, especially not now. I never have really. Plus, he was a lovely person. Not that that's a reason not to make fun of someone. Just, okay, forget what I said. He would go to the hairdressers, and he would come back looking exactly the same. He'd just have a trim at the sides. He'd leave the hairs on top, and there was literally about 6 hairs. I'm exaggerating for effect, but there were about 6 hairs, and he would leave them. And I thought, well, just shave them off. At the time, I just shaved them off. He's a really good-looking bloke. It's not like it was going to affect how he looked. In fact, if he'd have shaved all his hair off, he'd have looked good. He had that kind of face. I don't have the right face for a bald head. He had the right face. Plus, he had a beard. He was smiley, really good-looking bloke, lovely eyes. I didn't realise until just now I was in love with him. No, but he had a nice face, you know. And like my friend downstairs, Luke, he had a really good face for a bald head, because he looked like a boxer, and he had that face. No hairstyle has ever suited me. No hair, whether it was long, whether it was short, bald, when I had it bleached, blonde or yellow rather. when I had it. Well, when I dyed it the same colour as my hair already was, it kind of suited me in the sense that I didn't look any different. Maybe just a shade browner. There was one time though, I was working in a chip shop, and there was this lady. In fact, it was two ladies working with me as well. And there's this couple of builders came in, and they were working on the roof, over the, I don't know what roof. I think like across the road there were builders or roofers, and they used to come in every day and get their chips, and they were northerners, and they were friendly. Now you might think, what do you mean they were northerners? They were friendly. Well, they were friendly. A lot of the people who would come into the chip shop, they just come in because it wasn't. I think if you're in a different town to where you live, and you're going into a new fish and chip shop and you're seeing new people, it's more fun, isn't it, than going into the same place every time and seeing the same person frying chips in the same frying pan area, whatever it's called, frying area, wearing the same pink hat, moaning about his little finger. And it would just, it's something nice. I've noticed that when let's say I go to up north. I've been up north a few times, and I think I was in Rochdale. Was it Rochdale? I think it was Rochdale. And I stayed in a hotel. This is 20 years ago now. Wow. And there was a hypnosis course, and it was a hotel, but there was also a bar there and everything, and it was just nice being around all these people with a different accent. There was a couple of people that were from the south that travelled, but it's mainly people from up north because it's quite a distance to travel. And I remember parts of that journey. It's weird how I remember that, because a couple of outstanding things was, first of all, when I got to the train station, I tried to get a taxi. There was 2 taxis outside, and neither of them would take me because it wasn't far enough. I had a heavy bag, really, because I was there for the Friday, Saturday, Friday night, Saturday night, probably coming back Sunday. So I had clothes for 2 or 3 days with me, and they refused to give me a lift because they wanted to catch someone that wanted to go further, which I thought was very rude, to be honest. I told them that as well, and then I ran very fast. Those were the days where I could run. But I did tell them, I said, this is ridiculous. I would have given them a tip as well, but in the end, what I did, I just walked. I walked the 30 seconds and, went into the hotel, and they were the hotel. It wasn't right next to the hotel, the train station. It wasn't. But it wasn't a long way. But what it was is crossing a road, going over a midsection, and then walking up a bit of a steep hill to get to the hotel, because it was quite a big area. It's like, okay, it wasn't a long distance. It would have took him 5 minutes to get me there, probably, and to get back. But 10 quid or whatever for 5 minutes work ain't too bad, is it? I'd have just, but no, he wouldn't have done it. I realised I should let it go. Oh, this recording I did this morning, it was called, actually I did one yesterday called The Quiet Unravelling. No, it was today. No, what? Oh yeah, The Quiet Unravelling, Sleep Hypnosis, 21st of April 2026. So, ow. The other thing I remember is I was coming back. No, I was on the way there. Quite a few stops because I was coming from, blimey, I was coming from Suffolk. So I had to get, I don't know if I went to London, another then another stop, then another stop, then another stop. A lot of stops, probably about 4 or 5 stops to get to where I was going. In fact, let me have a look. Let me have a look. To Rochdale. Let's have a look. So I'm going to look at the routes. Look at the routes. And it might be different now anyway. Adult. Okay, search. So I just want to, okay, so see how many. I'm sure there was a few stops. Seriously. Wasn't, oh yeah, 3 changes. So that is a few stops, isn't it? Blimey. Wow. Okay, that's now, but is that return? Direct only. There is no direct trains. No direct trains. What's a split ticket? A split ticket. Trains. Why has it got £81.10? So let's say Wednesday. So, no way. They're doing like an overnight one. Okay. So it says here, if you go at 6 in the morning, you get there at just 10 to 11, £73.70. But if you go at 12 minutes past 6, okay, you get there 11:09, £164.50. How does that work? I mean, this one includes using the underground. So they charging that much for the underground ticket, are they? That is ridiculous. I've never been so ashamed. That's really, really strange, isn't it? Oh, the cheapest one, £8.19, and you get there at, wow, just before 2 o'clock. So that's nearly 6 hours, £56. 3 changes, 5 hours and 27 minutes. So that's that's the cheapest one. The thing about it though is this return or is this single? Return, adult, open return. Okay, open return. No! An open return. I don't know why I'm getting so excited, but open return, right? If we left now, so well, obviously I'd have to get to Suffolk, so that wouldn't really work. But what was it, 9:25 now? I could get there. Yeah, I could get there if I really rushed it. 3 changes. It takes 10 hours and 30 minutes, and it's £520. So how much of that time are you sat on a platform, or are you allowed to stay on the train? Because for £520, I want a room. Does that include a hotel room? because that is ridiculous, isn't it? This is return, to be fair, open return, but let's have a look. Let's open up the changes. So this one, 10:43 to leave to Liverpool Street at 11:57. So you've got to wait for over an hour. Oh, sorry, no. You arrive at 11:57 at Liverpool Street, and then at 12 minutes past 12 minutes past midnight, leave London Liverpool Street to London's King's Cross. So this makes no. What are you supposed to do? So London King's Cross, you get there at 33 minutes past midnight. And you have to wait 5 hours and 7 minutes to get to... Wow. It takes literally 5 hours. This is ridiculous. So so you go to Leeds then at 5:40 in the morning. And then you get to Leeds at 5:53, leave Leeds at 8:13 for Rochdale, get there at 9:13. Absolutely ridiculous. So where are you supposed to just sleep? Where are you supposed to sleep? At King's Cross Station. I suppose if you plan it, I imagine there's hotels and stuff, but what, at midnight? Midnight? God, I've got memories of when I was a kid. My mum we used to be waiting on a train station, King's Cross or I don't really know which one, but one of the big stations. It was what's the other one? King's Cross, not Luton, not Leicester. Oh, I don't know. Euston. It's either King's Cross or Euston, and it might have been Liverpool Street, to be fair, but it was the old trains back then. This was like when I was about 3, maybe 4, and we were waiting for these trains, and I still kind of, even in the 90s, when I was in London, when I first moved to London, or back to London, I used to stand on the platforms and there'd be that familiar smell that was there in the 70s, because they still had the old trains that you could open the doors, you could get in and out even when the train was moving. They stopped that a long time ago. Yeah, the old carriages, it's all different now. I mean, it's the same as it's been for a long time, but back then it was, yeah, very different. And I just remember sitting, or probably, I don't know, I probably sat on a suitcase or something, but just hearing all the tannoy systems echoing, and the high roof, which is still high no matter how tall you are. It's proper high. It's a massive building. So it's either King's Cross or Euston. It's one of those. I don't think it was Liverpool Street. But it may well have been. That's also huge, isn't it? So it could well have been, but I'm pretty sure it's King's Cross. And just remember hearing it, and there was no one around. It was late, like proper late at night. There was no one around, just waiting for a train to come, waiting for it to pull in, and just me, my 2 brothers, and my mum, with our little suitcases or our bags or whatever we had, getting them onto the train, and then heading off somewhere. Newcastle, maybe, I don't know. It's weird. Oh, I'd like to know. See, you know, some people are online, or people on the news, or, you know, they moan about young people. Always filming everything. Oh, here's young people. Oh, always got a camera out. Can you imagine how good it would be? I mean, be honest, if you're like over 50, over 40, over 30 even. Can you imagine how cool it would be to have the option, I'm just going to say the option because not everyone would want to do it, to watch yourself with your friends playing, to film, have someone filming you playing football on a camera when you was like 10 or 11, and you and your best friend telling jokes and just being silly, or riding on your bikes, or, you know, just your own personal videos, and have them stored away and watch them when you're like older. It's almost like that stuff really did happen. It's like proof that you was a kid. Proof, not you, but me, I'm thinking about myself really, but proof that I was... Because Vinny is... he is giving himself a bed bath. Ooh, the session's timed out. Not him, the thing. So some of these, even if you travel, right, I just moved on, or whatever I was talking about. 4 changes. So some of these are 4 changes. 7 in the morning till 12, £342 return. But this is an open ticket. So if I take open, add return trip. Okay, it's expensive. Never used to be that kind of price. I'm sure it wasn't. I'm sure it was like £60-70 or something. No way was it that price. I mean, it wouldn't be that price because it was 20 years ago, but it was nowhere near. Couldn't have been. How could it be? Oh, there's another thing I remember about going to Rochdale, other than the really, really long journey. Because it was a 5-6 hour journey, and I haven't done that many train journeys where I've had to keep changing. I've done a few, but not many. You know, I'm quite a direct, you know, especially when I live in London, you can kind of get to a lot of places from London without huge changes. If you get to the right train station, you know, Euston, wherever, you could get to where you're going with not that many changes, hopefully. And I used to go to Nottingham. I think that was a few changes, actually. I feel quite nostalgic about Nottingham because my friend lived there, and I first visited him I don't even know when I first visited him. Probably early 90s, I reckon. Might have been late 80s. I mean, I met him in 89, so it might have been, but I'm pretty sure it was like early 90s, maybe 91. I went up to his. Then, I mean, on and off during the 90s, because there was periods when he was just working all the time, and there was times when I was working all the time. So I couldn't visit him when I was a security guard because I was pretty much just working so much of the time back then. Long hours, 12-hour shifts was just standard as a security guard. Probably still is, I don't know. But then there was a period, it's ironic because he worked in sales while I was working in insurance. No, he worked in sales while I was working as a security guard, and he used to make fun of me, saying, don't worry, everyone's safe. Security guard Newland is on patrol. And he just laughed hysterically. He found it funny. I took my job very, very seriously. Using the company phone to make phone calls. Probably not that serious then, was I? Maybe that's why I got sacked. And then, when he was a security guard, I worked in insurance. So but the difference is he worked in sales, and then he had his own sales company. I just worked in sales, and I worked in insurance, but he worked in insurance, security. Sorry, he worked with security, but then he owned his own security company. So he's much more of a go-getter than I've ever been. He ran successful businesses. So, the weird thing, right? He helped everyone out, and basically, he got in trouble because he was helping people out, and I think it was like a financial thing, and maybe he got a bit behind on taxes or something. But it wasn't on purpose. He was just basically doing his best to keep the business afloat, and he'd do anything for anyone. You know, one of those people that would literally... He was driving people to the sites, and he was the managing director. He should have had someone to do that. But he was like working all day, all night, and that was all he did. And... the people that he looked after turned on him, some of them, who he gave jobs to, when he was just trying to get himself sorted, you know. I'm being very vague because it's personal, but he was a good person. He was genuinely caring, and his employees were his family. They weren't just a bunch of people that he'd see at work. They were people that he loved, that he felt like, you know, they were his family. So it was a shame. I don't know what he's doing now. We fell out over something very, very trivial, and it's such a long time ago. It's done now, but it was just over something silly. It was a shame, but there you go. But you know what? Even that, I still wouldn't say anything bad about him, because actually, he's a lovely bloke, and he helped me, and I cared deeply for him, and we was very close friends. So just because I haven't spoken to him for, blimey, 11 years now, it makes no difference. Because I've still got fondness in my heart for him. I was never like madly angry with him anyway at the time, just a bit peeved off with the way he was acting, but it wasn't a big thing. But I think maybe we were both going through something at the same time, and it was just a clash, you know. Neither of us had the tolerance to sort of deal with each other. I think I've noticed that as I got older, I don't know if it's an age thing at all, because I think it's easy to say that, isn't it? Oh, because I've got older, I'm more intelligent now that I'm older. No, probably not. If anything, my intelligence levels might have gone down somewhat, because I'm not reading the way I used to. I'm probably not learning as much as I used to learn. I'm taking stuff in. The internet is a lot of stimulation, but how much of that is useful to me as a person? But then I do, I listen to positivity stuff, and I listen to audiobooks, and I do listen to classical music, and I do think. I'm a thinker. Not much of a doer, but I am more of a thinker these days. But I think I was born a thinker. Now, this might sound strange. It might sound absolutely ridiculous. But I remember, should I cut that out? I think that was weird, wasn't it? I remember lying in my couch, in the cot as a baby, listening to the radio. I was just in a room on my own, listening to the radio. I think my mum did that thing, with dogs, you leave music playing while you leave them on their own. I think she did that with me, and it doesn't mean it's true, but I remember being able to think, what's going on here? Remember the song? It was a Gary Glitter song. Weird that would be the very first song that I ever remember, but it was called "I Love You, Love," and the radio was playing it non-stop, unless it was just a tape recorder on repeat. Oh, I love you, love. I love you, love. I just want to find out what year. Oh, you see the new name for men, a new name to describe men. It's called ugly hot. So I've just seen it just now. Ugly hot. So someone that's ugly and also hot. I'm ugly cold. That's what I am. Okay, I Love You, Love was 1973. So technically, let's do a deep dive, because I might still have been 2 years old. Would I be in a cot at 2? I don't know. Do you not have your own bed at 2? I want to see what the year when it was actually. It sold 1,140,000 records in the United Kingdom, which is a lot. Just that one song alone. What's weird, and I don't know why, but America didn't really. I don't think they really bought into the glam rock. Not with him anyway. They did. They did with some of the others, but I don't know if he had much in the way of hits in America. But I don't really want to talk about him, to be fair. It's not everyone's favourite subject. November 1973. So I had just turned 3 years old. Well, in August. So it was at the top of the chart. So I remember, honestly, I got that memory of lying down in my cot with the bars either side, which you wouldn't have at 3 years old, would you? Don't 3 years old have a bed? They don't have a cot, do they? Huh. Anyway, I remember listening to that song. I love you, love. You love me too, love. I love you, love me, love. And I remember writing in my diary at the time, I like this song, but I think he's a bit of a wrong 'un. I don't trust him. No, I didn't have a diary, and I couldn't write. I was 3. Although, can 3-years-old write? 3-year-old kids write? I don't know. I don't know what the age is for the specific things, like going potty on their own and sitting up at a table or using proper cutlery, walking, talking, reading, all that stuff. I don't know what the ages are for that. And at this time in my life, I don't feel the need to learn that. Because I suppose if I was a grandparent, it would be interesting, wouldn't it? Like preparing myself for what's going to go on. But then if I was a grandparent, I'd already know all that stuff because I've already been a parent, potentially. Unless I've got a child out there that I don't know about and they turn up at 31 years old, pregnant with their own child. First of all, I'm your daughter and you're going to have a grandchild. Grandchild. So yeah, that would be weird. Wonder where would she be born? Where would she be born? Manchester? Or would she be born in Bognor Regis? Or would she be born in Liverpool? London? I don't know. I mean, it could be a boy. Couldn't it? Could be a boy. Where was he born? Manchester? I don't know. You ever get a feeling though? Just have a feeling that I might have a child out there, one of mine. It'd be a shame if I've missed out on. Well, if I've missed out, obviously I have missed out on seeing them grow up. But yeah. But I have that memory though of lying in that cot, listening. Mind you, I mean, yeah, in the cot. I just remember, well, I couldn't get out anyway. It could have been a cage, I suppose. Never know. But I was listening to the radio. It wasn't the only song on there. There was other songs. I think there was an Elvis song. I remember Elvis being played. I remember in about 1975, was it 75, 76, Rock Around the Clock was re-released. Now, I only know that because I looked it up. 1, 2, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, rock. 5, 6, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, rock. 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, rock. I'm gonna rock around the clock tonight. So, rock around the clock. Rock around the clock, UK. So, what? Aztec Camera did Rock Around the Clock in 1984. Wow. So, Rock Around the Clock is the best known and most successful rendition, was recorded by Bill Haley and his Comets. I thought it was Bill Haley and the Comets, not and his Comets. Bill Haley and his Comet. Wow. Did you know that? Oh, you didn't care? Okay, fair enough. But then there's shake, rattle and roll. I go shake, rattle and roll. I won't shake, rattle and roll. I want to shake, rattle. That was another one. I loved it. Now, they got re-released. Let me have a look if it tells me here the dates. 1974. Oh my gosh. 1974 which makes me think that no. Blimey, I must have spent a lot longer in that children's home than I remember. Wow. The only reason, because it kept being played all the time, and even though it's a nun, not run by nuns, in the room where we'd eat, like with a big old table, the big table was, there was a cabinet, and on the cabinet was a radio, and it'd be on, I don't know, Radio 1, I guess. I don't know, Radio 2, Radio 1. I don't know what was around back then. And I base a lot of my, sometimes the time scales, that the years that stuff happened based on what was in the charts, and I look back to see what was in the charts. So this isn't really matching up, to be honest. Unless I just got it wrong. Maybe, baby, I hate you. Maybe I got it wrong. I might have got it wrong. I might have had maybe it's a long time ago, isn't it? So memories do get mixed up. But according to this, because this is a weird thing about it, yeah, the fact that I remember it being played a lot around like 1975-ish, yeah? That was my kind of memory. 1975, 1976, about 1975. And I look, and actually, it's 1974, they re-released it. It was released 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's released 4 times, multiple times over the years. It was released 55 to 56, 66, 68, and 1974. I do believe it was also released in the 80s. But then it might have just been part of a medley. I think it was a medley, yeah. So it wasn't actually just that song on its own. It was a medley. It had some Elvis songs, but it wasn't. Yeah, I think that's what it was. About 87. I think some of the Bill Haley stuff was in a medley. So 1974, UK singles charts. Blimey. It's really hard to piece it all together. I think that's what I've been trying to do. Trying to piece my life together, just trying to fit the pieces. Like, it's a big jigsaw puzzle with a lot of empty spaces. And it's hard to fit a jigsaw puzzle that doesn't have a picture. I mean, it's practically impossible, isn't it, really? It's not impossible, but it's difficult. And I mean, everything's doable, isn't it, eventually? But it'd just be luck. And the idea of getting some of the pieces together is to then see the picture more clearly and other parts of the picture more clearly. But if it's just blank, I can't see the picture, can I? If there's blank bits. So I'm trying to like fill in, not just fill the jigsaw puzzle in, but fill in the image. Add a little bit of colour, a little bit of shade, a little bit of ooh, a little bit of an ah. Elvis Presley was number 1 when I was born. I think it's The Wonder of You. I can actually search this, right? UK number 1, right? You ready for this? I spent way too much time thinking about stuff like this. UK number 1 single 26 August. No. Really? No, I got it wrong. I thought that it was Elvis. You are always on my mind. Right, according to this, the UK #1 single on my birthday was God Save the Queen by Queen. This song was a significant hit during that time. It remains one of the best-selling singles of all time. For more detail on the UK singles charts, you can refer to the official. List of UK chart #1s of 1970s. Okay, let's have a look. 1970. So say 1970, my year. Right. So no. Weeks at #1. The first #1 hit of 1970 was Rolf Harris with Two Little Boys. Two little boys and two little toys. 6 weeks at #1. And then the end of January, Edison Lighthouse with Love Grows Where My Rosemary Garden Goes, or whatever. And then you've got Lee Marvin, Wandering Star. Wow. My whole life I've been trying to sing like Lee Marvin. I was born under a wandering star. I like that movie. The old Clint Eastwood and him, Lee Marvin. I just want a good woman with a full bosom. That was him fighting with. Was he Cat? Who played Cat? Catmandu, not Catmandu. Was it Lee Marvin who played Cat? He was like Cat Kaloo or Cat Badoo, where he was like a bit of a down and out. Cat Baloo. Was that a movie? Simon and Garfunkel, Bridge Over Troubled Water. We had some good songs in 1970. That's the first one I like, apart from Wandering Star, but even then, I don't think I'd want to listen to it. On Bridge Over Troubled Water, they do tear me down. 28th of March, so it's for 3 weeks in the UK #1. Dana, All Kinds of Everything. No, don't know that one. Spirit in the Sky, Norman Greenbaum. Oh, the spirits in the sky. That's a bit of when I die. I think it's that one, because there was another one in the 80s that came out, or the 90s. England World Cup squad back home. That's in May 1970. What's going on? Stop it. And Christie, Yellow River. I don't know. Mungo Jerry, in the summertime. So that was 7 weeks #1. So that was the most #1s. Ooh, it was the most #1s in 1970. Mungo Jerry, sorry. Isn't that interesting? See, this is where, right, okay, The Wonder of You, Elvis Presley, 1st of August 1970, #1 for 6 weeks. The next #1 was Smokey Robinson and the Miracles, Tears of a Clown. So, where's Queen? Anyone? Anyone for anyone? Where's Queen? They're not there, are they? They're not there. So that's very, very interesting, because the Queen song, whenever that was, I'm just looking for Queen here. Bohemian Rhapsody was 75. I mean, Queen, David Soul, don't give up on us, baby, I know it's so. ABBA, knowing me, knowing you. Aha. Denise Williams had a single in 1977. I like Denise Williams, but I didn't realise she'd been around that long. I think she was quite big in the 90s, wasn't she? Rod Stewart. I don't wanna talk about it. The first cut is the deepest. Ooh. Oh, go away, stop it. Way down. I'm surprised at that one. Elvis Presley, right? The 3rd of September 1977. Okay. I'm not surprised. I just realised. Sorry. I'm not sorry. Like, I just realised, why he would be number one, because it was the summer. It was September 1977. Be 5 weeks at number one with Way Down. Now, I just thinking about how things were when some of the not more famous, because there's no one more famous than him in the 70s, really, or the 50s, 60s, or 70s, other than, the Beatles, I guess, are equal, weren't they? I guess, but like as a single, he was the king. But then Michael Jackson became the king. Muller King Tyre, Wings, 1977. Muller King Tyre, no reach for the inside, and there desire. This is the only song you'll ever like that has bagpipes in it. 9 weeks at number one. 9 weeks. And at that time, from what I can see, at that time, oh no, there was another one. Bohemian Rhapsody did 9 weeks at number one. This is just looking through the 70s. Yep. Muller King Tyre and Bohemian Rhapsody were the only songs that managed 9 weeks, which is a heck of a long time during the 70s that I can see so far. I'm just going to skip forward. Muller King Tyre. Oh no, I was wrong. I was ever so wrong. John Travolta, Olivia Newton-John. You're the one that I want, one that I want for. Ooh, ooh, ooh. 9 weeks. That was June 1978. So basically, they had the whole summer. The whole of the summer holidays, pretty much, they were number one. It doesn't make sense though, because June, July, yeah, because we broke up in July, didn't we? So, okay, half of the summer holidays, because then the 19th of August another one came in, so there was 2 weeks before we went back to school. So for most of the summer holidays, you're the one that I want, one that I want for, ooh, 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 was number one. The one I need, oh yes indeed. And in Summer Nights was at 7 weeks. 7 weeks at number one. But then I'm sure that there was more number ones from that movie. because the movie was 1978. I remember I was living in the house that my nan and granddad moved into after we moved out, and my brother, the one just above me, not the oldest, he came home with the album from Greece, and it was like a double cover, and it had loads of writing on the inside and loads of stuff. That was like a vinyl, and it was exciting because it was the biggest album. Just, it was the biggest. It was everything. It was so popular. I think actually they did release other songs from the album, or from the from the movie, but they didn't get to number one. That's all. Village People, Blondie, Heart of Glass, 1979. That was Blondie's year, wasn't it? 1979. Oh yeah, I remember Blondie. We were living in the big house by then, and The Tide Is High was my favourite song that Blondie ever did. It might be 1980 though, to be fair. Just have a look. So her breakout was 79 with Heart of Glass, 4 weeks number one. Sunday Girl, 3 weeks number one. And then, was that 79? Right, I've got to go back to... What are you doing? 1980. Right. Stop. Every time I touch the screen, it just changes. I don't want it to change. Stay the way you are. Oh. Blondie, Atomic, March 1980. And then April, Call Me, Call Me, Call Me. That was good. As I said, the Tide Is High was my favouriteest. That was November 80. The tide is high and I'm going on. So that was 1980. My oldest brother, we were very much settled into that house by then, which is weird considering it just seemed like it was always a building site, but I guess it wasn't. Because by November 1980, the front room and the other room, there was a living room and there was also another kind of dining room. They were all in operation because we had a stacked system, with a record player, 2 tapes, and a radio, I think, a big massive knob that you could turn to tune it in. With one of those magnetic things to keep the door closed. Or did you have to push it in to... No, I think it was magnetic. Because it would go click. Well, it didn't actually say click. It didn't have a mouth, but it did make a sound. And my brother, my oldest brother, he set up the tape recorder to record the top 40 songs from the radio. So I think it was Radio 1, and they'd play it on Tuesday nights. So the actual Top of the Pops would be out on a Thursday night, but the official charts would come out Tuesday night, at 7:30 onwards or something, or 7 onwards. So he got me to tape it because he needed me to tape. He basically got 2 tapes, 1 in each tape recorder thing, and to make sure that I carried on the recording so that I didn't miss, because 40 songs, it's what, 3 hours. So I was sitting there for hours listening, and he said, don't tell me what's number one. Okay. Because, back then, we didn't have the internet, didn't have, really, I guess if you read the newspapers, you're going to sort of find out what's going on. But I didn't read the newspapers when I was a kid. I didn't find out very much about what's going on in the world from the Dandy, which was my favourite comic. I liked Looking as well. But he had a job at Tesco, which was a supermarket just around the corner from us. So he was working there in the evenings, stacking shelves, or I guess so, because he would have been, I was 10, so he would have been 14. Yeah, he'd have been 14. So he was, I think that's probably his first job. He might have had a paper round before that. I don't remember. Because what I've noticed is I got a better memory for my own life than for other people's. I remember some things that other people do, especially if it's connected to mine. I remember the fact that it was working at Tesco because it affected me, and he kept ringing up to make sure that I was recording it. So he was phoning from the store, like, make sure you're yes, I'm recording it. Don't tell me what number one is though, because he wanted to listen to the whole charts when he got home, and be surprised by what's number one. Yeah. So that was, well, it was either the 15th of November or 7 days later, because it was number one for 2 weeks. Although I was going to say that was my favourite one, but I'm just thinking, what about on the glass, look in the mirror, Blondie did do some really great songs. I liked her songs. Call Me. I don't remember that one. Atomic. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Young man. Do 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 do. Atomic. Do 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 do. Atomic. No, I think I might have got that one wrong. I wonder. So, 1979 and 1980. I'm wondering. This is interesting. So, okay, all right. I'm just having a little look. Yeah, Shakin' Stevens, like 1981, right? Shakin' Stevens was the king of the 80s. Basically, him and Cliff Richard. And when I say the king of the 80s, he had more hits than anyone else in the UK during the 1980s. That obviously doesn't include anyone from America. Just any UK artist, he had the most amount of hits. And I'm still wondering about that Queen song. UK number one, 26th of August 1970, God Save the Queen. It wasn't though, was it? It wasn't though. Why would they lie? Why lie to me? unless they read it wrong. August 26th. No, it's the 26th. The TH after the number. New movie coming to the cinemas soon. November 5. No, it's November the 5th. We don't say November 5 here. April 7. No, stop with the voice. I can't help it. I've been doing movie voiceovers for so long now. I can't help it. Oh, I'm just interested. So Blondie, right? 1980. So let's have a look at Shakin' Stevens. Shakin' Stevens has been around. He's been around for years before 1981. So this is not his first hit, but he didn't have a hit at all in 1980. Like a number one, I mean. He had hits, but he really hit it with This Old House, and he became an absolute superstar. So, and I was his biggest fan. Shakin' Stevens, This Old House, March 1981, 3 weeks at number one. And he used to wear denim jeans and a denim jacket, and his hair was done back, and he actually played Elvis, like in a play, like a Broadway play and stuff, and he basically was, I guess, like an Elvis impressionist, but he sung his own songs, and he's clearly I mean, it'd be silly to say he wasn't influenced by Elvis, but I loved him for him, you know. I was too young to really appreciate Elvis Presley at that time. I didn't really know who he was. I knew he was an important person because, you know, 1977, when all that happened, it was, I mean, the Western world seemed to come to a standstill on that day. So I remember that. But Shakin' Stevens was my man. He was my Elvis. And see, 1981, I think personally, right, I like 1980, okay? But a lot of the stuff from the 70s was still around. There was still a lot of like punk kind of influence stuff. So you had the Jam, you had the Pretenders, Pink Floyd, Blondie. There was some really good songs. Xanadu. ABBA was coming to the end of their reign. No, they weren't. I just didn't know I just looked at this and thinking, I got no idea who all that is. ABBA, and I saw Odyssey, but Odyssey was a different band. Okay, ABBA was still, blimey, they were still proper in it, weren't they? Wow, yeah, The Winner Takes It All, 1980. Super Trooper, mama. But that carried on. Anyway, Shakin' Stevens, This Old House, 1981. For me, personally, although 1980 was good, I loved 1979. I'll be honest, I liked the music of whatever the year was. But I think I started paying more attention probably in 1981. That was when I really kind of... It's not true though, is it? Why am I saying it when it's not? So I just got a bit stuck there. I went too far ahead. 1979. 1980. Oh, Another Brick in the Wall by Pink Floyd that saw us into the 80s from 79. 5 weeks at number one. Oh, that was a great song. So I think it's really weird because like 1980, sorry, I was 9. Until August, and I turned 10. 1981, I was 10 until August when I turned 11, and that's when I started going to high school in September. So I remember 1981 quite distinguishably. So Shakin' Stevens, This Old House, Bucks Fizz, Making Your Mind Up, Making Your Mind Up, Adam and the Ants, Stand and Deliver. I loved Adam and the Ants. Vinny was proper snoring just then. I had to wake you up, didn't I? Proper snore. He was asleep. He snores more than me. It is getting quite late. It's only 20 past 10. It's not like super late, but he probably wants to go to bed. So I would say 1981 was. So I was still in I was in junior school, the last year of junior school, and really, Vinny, you really got to do that right now, do you? Do you? So, Shakin' Stevens, Bucks Fizz, Adam and the Ants, Smokey Robinson. See, I remember him walking on the beach. I don't care what they say about me, and I don't care what they say. I don't care what they do, they're gonna be, and I wanna beg them to stay. People to say they always do, and everything wants you to bother you. And it been that the better been do. I keep it to be gone, keep it the boo. I say that the better day, being with you, ooh, being with you, being with you. People to say they always do. I love that song. That was number one forever. I remember that. Where is it? Okay, 2 weeks. Still a long time. Then One Day in Your Life, 2 weeks at number one. One day in your life. Then the Specials, Ghost Town. See, I think if you're looking through the charts, once you remember like every single song, I think that means I've reached a part. I mean, to be fair, I remember every song from the year so far. So 1981, Imagine, Dead Woman, Shut Up Your Face. What's the matter, you? Oh, got no respect. What do you think you do? Why you look so sad? It's not so bad. It's a nice place. I'll shut up in your face. See, I remember this. Jealous Guy by Roxy Music. Very few songs, well, in my opinion, in my experience, my ears tell me that very few songs are better than the original, but Roxy Music's Jealous Guy, just better. I think I'm not sure if John and ever got to hear it, because I don't know how it was released after John Lennon left us, but I don't know how long Roxy Music, how long they'd recorded it. It might have recorded it a long time before, and I imagine John Lennon would have heard it because it was his song. I bet he liked it. Shakin' Stevens, This Old House, Making Your Mind Up, Stand and Deliver, Adam and the Ants, Smokey Robinson, Being with you, being you, people to boot bad about me do. And then you've got Michael Jackson, One Day in Your Life. Then you've got the Specials, looking for a ghost town, all up in the underground. Dear Jason, can you please stop singing during a recording? Sorry, I don't mean to. I try and switch my personality off when I do these, but sometimes it creeps back in. Ghost Town, #1 for 3 weeks. Now, I had lunch with him, the bloke from the Specials, because I was friends with a BBC producer, or a director, producer, and we was meeting up, and she said, oh, I've got someone else coming along, and he was just friends with him. And I didn't even know who he was until afterwards. So only after she said, you do know who that was? No, I think he went through a poo. And she said, you do know who that is? No, it's the bloke from the Specials. I said, huh? I didn't always remember the names of bands. She said, Ghost Town. This town, you're gonna go to Ghost Town. I think he was also in Fun Boy 3, or he was in about 3 different groups, and he was a legend, to be honest. He's not with us anymore, but he was a legend. He was lovely bloke. Shakin' Stevens' Green Door. Now this is a weird, because This Old House, it kind of fitted in a little bit, because with This Old House, Shakin' Stevens was dancing in front of a house and then around a house and inside a house. It's like, this old house is gonna be the booty, and this old house is gonna be the boo, and this old house is gonna be the boo boo, and this old house is gonna be the boo. Oh, I'm gonna be the bee, I do the boo too, bitty bitty bitty, and I wanna leave you lying the booty, I wanna leave it, bitty bitty, and this old house is gonna be the boom boom. So that was that one, exact lyrics, and the Green Door. Don't know what you're doing right around the house behind the green door. Green door, we should let me in without a shout out loud behind the green door. Green door, we should let me in right behind the green door. Green door. Was it Frankie Valli that did that to start with? But this time Shakin' Stevens is standing in front of a house with, I personally think it's the same house as from his other video, but this time the door was green. I might be wrong, but it definitely did have a green door. I don't know whether or not it was the same. I mean, they might have made the video at the same time. And I'm not making fun of Shaky, as we call him, because he was my hero. Okay, so that's it. Shakin' Stevens. Loved Shakin' Stevens. Annika, Japanese Boy. Dog is gone. He's my Japanese boy. Ooh, I love my Japanese boy. So that was it. See, all these songs I remember. It's crazy. It's like I just know them. So 1981 was definitely my first year that I took notice of music. Tainted Love. Tainted love, tainted love, take that, tainted love, ooh. So that was Soft Cell. Adam and the Ants again, Prince Charming. I'm the dandy highwayman who you said you're scared to mention. I spend my cash on looking flash and grabbing your attention. The devil take your stereo and your record collection. The way you look, you qualify for next year old age pension. Stand and deliver. Oh, it's the wrong song. Oh yeah. Prince Charming, ridicule is nothing to be scared of. Prince Charming, ridicule is nothing to be scared of. I forget the rest of it, but yeah, that was that one. See, what I used to do because I had like a magazine. It was like a comic, but it was a magazine for kids called Lookin'. It was every week, and it would have lyrics to the songs and posters of the latest pin-up posters, like, of bands, pop stars, TV stars. There'd be like Mork and Mindy. There'd be pictures of Adam and the Ants, pictures of Sharon Davis, because she was an Olympic swimmer, in a swimming costume. That was a very popular episode. That was a very popular poster. I had that on my wall. It was weird because I think my parents came in and like, why have you got a picture of a woman in a swim costume? And I said, it's not just a woman in a swim costume, it's Olympic gold medalist Sharon Davis. Yeah, but she's in a swimming costume. Why, at your age, have you got a picture of a woman in a swimming costume on your wall? I said I got it out of the magazine. As who gave you that magazine? You did. It's called Lookin'. They couldn't argue with that because I got it from a magazine that they bought me every week that was for kids. Yep. I kissed her every day. I loved her. Michael what have you got specials? Soft Cell, Adam and the Ants, Prince Charming, Dave Stewart and Barbara Gaskin. It's my party and I cry if I want to, cry if I want to, cry if I want to. You would cry too if it happened to you. I didn't know Dave Stewart was involved in that. The Police. Every little thing she does is magic. Every little thing just turns me on. Oh, blimey. I was weird. Queen and David Bowie, Under Pressure. Ooh, ooh. Then the next one, the last one but last, is Julia Iglesias, Begin the Beguine. Volva a empezar. No idea what that is. Anyone? I think it was one of those songs, like romantic songs, but in a... But in that everyone loved, but I just like, don't know what the heck this is. I was actually having this conversation with someone. My neighbour also used to play the violin at school, and I said, "Did you notice how easy it was to learn to read music back then?" And she said, "Yeah." What are you doing in my bathroom? I said, "Why are you in my bath?" And so I got out of the bath, got dressed, and she said, "You live next... You don't live in..." I said, "Yeah, I do. I live opposite you." She said, "Oh, okay. How did you get in here?" And I said, "It doesn't matter. Just, tell me about the violin." She said, "How do you know I will play the violin at school?" I said, "Look, it just doesn't matter. Can we just talk about it? Just for the sake of the podcast, can we just pretend that we're just, talking about violins?" She said, "No, I want you at my house. Now. No, but she said, "Yeah, it's weird." Because she was 14 when she played the violin. I was, 9. I found reading music easy, like really easy. Yet languages, no. French, they tried to teach French when I was at junior school, and my ears just closed on their own. I was mildly interested. We used to have these slides come up and say, making out that French eat a bowl of milk, warm milk, and a bit of bread, like a baguette, for their breakfast. And I thought, no, that's not real. That can't be real. No. And to this day, I still don't know, because I have been to France, and there was a lot of bread there, funny enough. But me and my friend, the one that was a security guard that I talked about earlier, we travelled through France for about, 4 or 5 days. This was a weird one. We got a stick of bread each, and we had water. And we were eating this bread, and it was the best tasting bread in the world, because we weren't eating, didn't eat the whole day. And then when we finally got probably to France, I think, when we got to Paris, sorry, when we finally got to Paris, or to whatever where we were going, we went to a restaurant and had this big pizza and spent loads of money on, well, he did, loads of money on food. Yet we were trying to save food by just eating bread. It kind of defeated. We could have had something to eat because there was like stuff around. We were just trying to make do with just this stick, the crunchy stick of bread. It was nice, so no butter, just bread and water. But when you're hungry, it do taste quite nice. What it did at that situation, I'm sure I wouldn't enjoy it if it was every day. So Julie Iglesias, I don't really know that. That's the only song that I don't really know. The Human League, Don't You Want Me? Don't you want me, baby? Don't you want me? I was working as a cocktail bar in a cocktail bar. Begin the Begin. I probably do know the song if I heard it, but it's the only one I don't recognise, and it was only number 1 for 1 week. 1982. I think this is another year that I know all the songs, I think, and I'm just realising maybe I don't. The Land of Make Believe. The Land of Make Believe. That's Bucks Fizz, Shakin' Stevens. Whoa, whoa, Judy. Do you love me, Judy? Do you love me truly? To be your very own. Kraftwerk. She's a mother and she's looking good. Then you got The Jam, A Town Called Malice, which is a very famous song. That was number 3. Tight Fit. In the jungle, the lion jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Ooh, ooh. So that was 3 weeks at number 1 in 1982. Then you got the Goombay Dance Band, 7 Tears. Nope, don't remember that. Bucks Fizz, My Camera Never Lies. My camera never lies. I don't remember that one. I probably do, but Oh, my favourite song of the year probably. But Paul McCartney's Stevie Wonder. See if you can guess what song it is just from the introduction of the music. Do 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 no. Do 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 do. What comes next? I've already told you it's Paul McCartney and Stevie Wonder, so you're gonna know what it is because it's the only song they ever made together, I think. Do 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 do. Ebony and Ivory. So that was that one. Nicole, A Little Piece. A Little Piece? Give a little piece. I don't know. Madness. See, this is when Madness kind of came in, because I don't think there was any Madness in last year, was there? So Madness. Where is it? House of Fun, 2 weeks. Adamant, Goody Two Shoes. The thing is, like, Shakin' Stevens had other songs that weren't number 1, and Adam and the Ants probably did as well, and Madness did. It's just these happened to be the number 1 songs. They were huge. Charlene, I've never been to me. I've been but I've never been to me. That wasn't a good example. Adamant, Goody Two Shoes. goody two shoes, goody good two shoes. Does that mean that Adam and the ants stopped being together? Well, it looks like it. Yeah, it looks like they did. Okay, so Adam ants goody two shoes for 2 weeks. Charlene, never been to me. Captain Sensible, talking, happy talk. Talk about things you like to do. If you don't have a dream, you got to have a dream. How are you supposed to make a dream come true? See, there's that one. I like that song. Then you got Irene Cara. Fame, I want to live forever. And then there's the one that my Auntie Eileen didn't used to like to listen to when she used to go to discos. Dixie Midnight Runners, Come On Eileen. Come on Eileen. Ooh, da, 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 da. That's one of those songs that when I was a DJ, you just played the beginning music and you'd hear a scream. There was a few songs like that. Come On Eileen, ABBA, Dancing Queen. There was the Wham, into my heart, ooh, ooh, that one. So that used to get a scream. Come On Eileen, I'm trying to think what other ones, but they were three that always, if there was females in the building, that's sexist. No, generally no, it wasn't. It was just the fact that if there was no women in the club bit at the end of the night, then nothing got much attention, because the females generally led the dancing. Not always, but and I don't think I've never saw any men screaming at ABBA. I used to scream at ABBA because I love ABBA, but generally it was, especially hen nights and stuff, I absolutely loved ooh, like that. Or what's the music to start of Dixie's Midnight Runners? Come On Eileen. Yeah, anyway, this is just Survivor, Eye of the Tiger. Eye of the Tiger. Musical Youth, Pastor Ducci. Eastern Aviation. Devotion. Still to this day don't know what the heck they were talking about. However, ladies and gentlemen, that was, I do believe, the very first album I ever purchased with my own money. Yep, Musical Youth, the album. Pastor Ducci. It was on tape, it wasn't wasn't vinyl. Did Pastor Ducci on the left hand side. I said Pastor Ducci on the left hand side. It said, but give me music and be jumping. You give me music, maybe jumping. Culture Club. So Culture Club launched. Blimey. Isn't it really weird? You look at the little phases where people became huge. Culture Club were huge. Just not every song they had went to number one, but they were like Western world huge, because they were big in America as well. A lot of these were probably big in America, but you did well if you're in one of the top American TV shows. And Culture Club was, or Boy George anyway, he was, or was it the whole band were on the A-Team? I remember BA saying, so they were worried that the band were going to get mobbed, and BA said, "I pity the fool. I pity the fool." Or was it? I get muddled up. I think they should have changed it around, him and Arnold. So Arnold said, "I pity the fool," and Mr. T saying, "Who are you talking about, Willis? Who? I pity the fool." That was Different Strokes I was referring to, by the way, a TV show from a long time ago. A long time. Are you really that old? Yeah. It's weird, isn't it? I know I don't sound it. I do want to talk. Not my voice, just the things I say. I sound ancient. So Culture Club, do you really want to hurt me? See, this was weird, right? I remember it was the summer, and so Culture Club, from the looks of this, they didn't have any other number ones. They had Do You Really Want to Hurt Me, 1983, Culture Club, nothing. 1984, 1985, nothing. So Culture Club had one number one. But they were huge. And I think it must have been 1983, because it wouldn't have been... It might be 1982. I think it's when the royal wedding was, when King Charles got married for the first time. And we were in Wales, me and the family, outside the tent, watching a black and white television, arguing over whether or not Boy George was male or female. Okay, I'll say it again. Arguing over whether or not Boy George was male or female. Do I need to say it again? The thing is, because he was pretty, and he didn't really look... I mean, he was, he didn't look like a man, because he was dressed with... He looked like, I guess, female, but I'll say it one more time. Boy George. I mean, there's a clue. George is fairly male name, I would say. But actually, you can get females called George, can't you? But he was literally called himself Boy George. Yeah, am I being as specific? But we had this argument. No, he's a lady. No, he's a man. He's a lady. He's a man. And there's five of us having this argument. Even my little brother, I think he just said, "I don't care." But then he was, what was he, 4? I wonder if he was potty trained by then. Hard to remember. If only I had my diaries from those years. I could see whether or not my little brother was potty trained. Eddie Grant. I don't wanna dance with your baby, oh no. And 3 weeks at number one, that was November. The Jam, Beach Surrender. Reno and Renato. I used to do an impression of this, and I'd do both of them. So I'd start off being him. Save my love, my darling, save your love. And then when it was her, like really high pitched. I don't do it anymore. So that was number one. That was the end of 1982. Then Philly Collins, in 1983. You Can't Hurry Love. See, this is what's really weird, because if I look back at this time, I know, right, 1983 was when I had my appendix out. But from the looks of this, it was probably January 1983. And yeah, it's weird, because I'm just thinking Down Under. Do you come from a... Oh, that's another one you can tell straight away. Do 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 do. Straight away you'd know it's Down Under, can't you? The only reason I say this is because when I went to the hospital, which means I must have been 12 years old, and the hospital radio people came round and said, do you want a song played? And I said, yeah, do it now. And they said, oh, wait, don't be rude. I said, I'm not being rude, I just want you to just get on with it. You haven't told us what you want yet. Just read my mind and play the song. I was very, very, very bossy back then. So the hospital radio people came around and said, do you have any songs you'd like us to play? And I said, yeah. And I had... It's weird, because in my head there was 2 songs, but the only one I can remember is Down Under by Men at Work. Why did I have 2 songs? Because there's nothing else that I would have asked for. So I must have just asked for one song, Down Under, Men at Work. And I listened to the radio, and I said, and you know the hospital radio, because they think they got, well, I guess they imagine that they've got millions and billions of people listening. And she said, this next song is for Jason, who's just had his appendix out. He's in the children's ward, and he's in love with nurse... Wow, I've forgotten her name. Nurse... Now this is worrying, because I've kept her name in my memory forever, since the age of 12, which is 40 odd years. Nurse Bunty, Nurse Pinker, Nurse Boobies, not Nurse... I knew her name. I've remembered her name forever. And if I was really that bothered by it, I could go back through my podcasts and I would find her, because I've mentioned her before. Nurse Nichols. So it wasn't the first name, it was the second name. Nurse Nichols. Good, I'm glad I got that back. I loved her. I loved Nurse Nichols. I've always found it much easier to love someone from a distance. I don't know what that says about me, but I loved her, and I still kind of love her a little bit, even though she's... Blimey. She may well long be retired. I don't personally think she was that much older than me. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she was only like a student nurse, which means she could have been 17, 18. So what was I, 12? It's only 6 years. So she'd only be like in her early 60s. So Nurse Nichols, if you're still here, if you worked in a children's ward in 1983, and there was a young bloke called Jason, young lad, he was about 12, well, he was 12, looked about 9 probably, and he he gave you some fruit before he left. He gave you a banana to say thank you for being so lovely. And I had this is how silly I was, right? My parents said, "Oh, do you want anything?" I said, "Yeah, fruit." Like, for leaving, I said, "No, we mean, what clothes do you want? Because you're leaving tomorrow." I said, "I want some fruit." "Why do you want fruit? We're going home." I said, "Just to give to the staff. Don't ask questions, just do what I say." I was feeling brave because there was witnesses. And they said, "What do you want?" I said, "Well, just a couple of pears." Well, no, a pear, banana, apple, orange, just general stuff. So, my plan, I mean, this is genuine as well, so I'm not even messing about here. My plan was to call Nurse Nichols over, and so I got something to just say to you. I want to say thank you. And I was going to say, this is for you. I was going to hand her a piece of fruit. I had a piece of fruit for each member of staff. So I was going to give her a pear. And I was going to say, "That's a lovely pear, that is." Okay? Because I grew up on Carry On movies. I was going to say, "That's a great pear." Ooh, that's what my plan was. I thought maybe I'd make her laugh. It's pathetic, isn't it? Anyway, for some reason, my dad bought some onions instead. That didn't quite work. Some garlic. No, but I didn't end up with a pear, so I had to give her a banana. And I couldn't think of anything funny to say about a banana. So I just like to say, "There you go. I love you." I said it internally, but at the time I did believe that I could do telepathy. I could be, I could pass on my own telepathic. But that's what I believed back then. So I told her I loved her. "I love you, Nurse Nichols." But yeah, I actually thought that maybe we'd get married. Because I realised I needed to wait a little while because I was 12. So I still had another 4 years till I was 16, because that's the age in this country. But to get married, unless we ran off to Gretna Green, I pretty much had another 6 years to get to 18, where I could just do what I wanted. I thought if I was worth it, she'd wait. But in reality, I think she forgot about me as soon as I left. She probably had a boyfriend. I don't know if she's married. I mean, at that age, she could have been anything from 18 to 38. I really had no idea. Genuinely don't know. I mean, she could be in her 80s. Or in her 70s, rather. That's not even that much older than me now, is it? 15 years. So she could have been 22, 27. She could be 27 years old, which is nothing. Which means she'd now be in her 70s. She'd now, yeah. It's just, where does it all go? Oh, okay, here's the other song that I would have asked for, which means, that I must have been in hospital after March, because I asked for 2 songs, Down Under by Men at Work and Total Eclipse of the Heart by Bonnie Tyler. And they're still 2 of my favourite songs of the 80s. Turn around, every now and then I get a little bit more. Oh, look, so you got Too Shy too shy, hush hush anyway. Billie Jean was only number one for 1 week. Can you believe that? Only number one for 1 week. Do you think it's because everyone was buying his album? They didn't want to buy this. They didn't need to buy the song because they were buying his album. He literally only had one number one. Are you telling me he only had one number one from he did. Michael Jackson only had one number one from the Thriller album in the UK. Multiple hit. He had lots of other hits like below number one, but only one number one. And you might think that's crazy, but when you think about it, it's not really. Like I said a second ago, if you're going to buy the album, you're not going to buy the single as well, are you? Unless you're a collector. Because you can play it on the album. You can just like go to it whenever you want. Unless you're... I mean, maybe Billie Jean came out before Thriller came out. So that was the first single. Because Billie Jean, that's when he did that live performance in America, isn't it? Where he had the hat on and then he chucked the hat off. I was worried about the hat. It's really weird all the way through the recording after he chucked it away. Like, what happened to the hat? 40 years later, where did the hat go? Did someone steal it? Did he get it back? So Bonnie Tyler, Total Eclipse of the Heart, and Men at Work, Down Under. Those two songs were the ones that I asked for the radio, the hospital radio to play for me. Finney's fast asleep. I suppose he's had quite an exciting day because he did go and visit his mummy. He's just ready for bed. He's done now. Normally he's like still kind of active, you know. Duran Duran, is there something I should know? Is there some... I like all the Duran Duran songs. David Bowie, Let's Dance. Let's dance. Put on your red shoes and dance the blues. Yeah. I think when it came to David Bowie, I think my favourite one was the Mars one, the song. I like that one. Spandau Ballet, True. Great song. I loved Spandau Ballet. I enjoyed that period. Like Duran Duran, Spandau Ballet, I forget what they called themselves, but that kind of Kajagoogoo, you know, all the kind of, they were sort of new wave, weren't they? New Edition, Candy Girl. So that was old Bobby Brown as a kid. The Police, Every Breath You Take, Rod Stewart, Baby Jane, Wherever I Lay My Hat, That's My Home, Paul Young. Wherever I lay my head, that's my home. Casey and the Sunshine Band, Give It Up, Give It Up. Red Red Wine by UB40, 1983. Culture Club, Come a Chameleon. Here's me saying, oh, Culture Club, they only had one hit? No. Not only did they have another hit, they had the biggest hit of the year. So, Culture Club, 82, they had three weeks at number one. But in 83 rather, they had 6 weeks with Come a Chameleon. Much deserved, I must say. Billy Joel, Uptown Girl. I still remember the Flying Pickets on Top of the Pops, just standing there. No music, just a cappella. Only you singing. And he was an actor as well, because he had sideburns. Those two statements don't really go together. You know what I mean? He was an actor because he had sideburns. No, but he had sideburns and he was an actor. La 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 la, ooh, la 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 la, la 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 la. It's very good. Pipes of Peace, 1984. And then Frankie Goes to Hollywood. I mean, Frankie Goes to Hollywood ruled 1984. They just did. There's no way around that other than, yep, they ruled. I mean, they had Relax, 5 weeks at number 1. 2 Tribes, 9 weeks at number 1. The Power of Love, 1 week at number 1. I'm guessing the Power of Love. That was it. They did another song, didn't they? The Thunderdome. Welcome to the Thunderdome. But I guess that didn't get to number 1, no? Okay, fair enough. I don't mind. But other songs, that was quite a short year because a lot of songs were in the charts for a long time. So Pipes of Peace, Relax, 99, Red Balloons Go By, Nina, Lionel Richie, Hello, that was number 1 for 6 weeks. The amount of people phoning up and saying, hello, you know, it's just, I did it as well, to be fair, so I think it was good idea. The reflex, flex, Duran, Wham, do, Wake Me Up Before You Go. That was just 2 weeks at number 1. Then you got 2 Tribes at 9 weeks. George Michael, 3 weeks for Careless Whisper. Stevie Wonder, I Just Called to Say I Love You, 6 weeks. No New Year's Day. Wham, Freedom, 3 weeks. Frankie Goes to Hollywood, Band-Aid, Do They Know It's Christmas, 5 weeks. 15th of December. So that's interesting. So Wham, from the looks of this, Wham only had 1 number 1 hit. I find that very hard to believe. And something else I find hard to believe is, in fact, I'm pretty 1000% sure that Nick Kershaw had a number 1 hit. At least 1 number 1 hit. Yeah, it's not showing up on here. So where's Nick Kershaw, anyone? Wouldn't it be good to be on her side, even if it was for just one day? She's no good, dude. Bucks Fizz, 1981. Nope. So he's nowhere. He didn't have a number 1 hit. He did though, because I remember. And the reason I remember is because he was a local lad, so he got a lot of attention locally. Phil Collins, Michael Jackson, Bonnie Tyler. According to this, he didn't. He didn't have a number 1 hit at all, ever. And I find that very, very strange. Wham! I'm Your Man, 1985. That surprised me. Freedom, 1984. 1984, Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. Freedom. See, that's not how I remember it. I don't remember. Okay. Wake Me Up Before You Go Go. I was working in the bakery at this time, at the weekends and during the holidays. According to this, they did Wake Me Up Before You Go Go, and then the next song was George Michael on his own singing Careless Whisper. I thought that they just released loads of songs from Together for Wham, and then near the end of, their partnership, he released a couple of songs of his own, like Careless Whisper and the other one. But then Freedom, 1984, later on, with Wham, and then Wham again. Oh, from the looks of this, their last number one was 1985. 1985, wow. I'm Your Man. Yeah, George Michael did A Different Corner then after that. So he did. See, that's confusing me now, because we're now about 1986. He did A Different Corner, and then Wham, The Edge of Heaven. Take me to the edge of heaven. That's very, very confusing. It just shows you, doesn't it? Because then 1987, Aretha Franklin and George Michael, knew you were waiting for me. But I remember hearing that song when I was working in the bakery downstairs, and I say downstairs, it was the bakery in the town I lived when I was a kid. But I wasn't working there in 1987. In February 1987, I was working in the chip shop. Knew you were waiting for me. So that's very, very confusing. This is one of my favourite songs, Nick Berry, October 1986. So he starred in EastEnders, and he did a song, Every Loser Wins, and it was three weeks at number one. Every loser wins, once the dream begins, in time you'll see, fate holds the key, and every loser knows that whatever. So it was good. Lady in Red, Krista Berg. My favourite, probably one of my favourites, Papa Don't Preach, 1986, July. Oh, Shakin' Stevens' Christmas song was 1985. Blimey. So that was the last family Christmas we had, 1985, because 1985, because in 1986 I left school, so 1985 was the last time I think it was a much smaller occasion as well. So I like 1986. But then, in 1987, yeah, I like 1987 as well. Yeah, so that was a good year. 1988, yeah, I like 1988, but then things went awry in 1989. Things went wrong. Things went really wrong. So 1989 still a good, I still like some of the stuff in there. Probably my favourite thing in 1987 would have been Bros. But then you've got 1989 starts off with Kylie Minogue and Jason Donovan. Then you got Mark Almond and Gene Pitney. Something's got a hold of my heart. Oh, the Kylie Minogues, especially for you. Simple Minds, Belfast Child. Jason Donovan, Too Many Broken Hearts. Luckily we had, they were catchy tunes, but I'll be honest, there was too much. See, this is another thing. Where's Rick Astley? Rick Astley had number one after number one. Where is he? Oh, there we are. He was 1987. That's when things started to go wrong for me. Rick Astley, Never Gonna Give You Up. But isn't it interesting? It's the only number one he had. But he had quite a few songs in the charts. And the one thing I didn't appreciate at the time about Rick Astley, well, actually, it's not totally true because I did, but I didn't like that song. Didn't like Never Gonna Give You Up because it was played continuously. And it was 5 weeks at number one. End of August till the beginning of October. I mean, the whole of 1 month is too much to have one song. And 87, yeah, Never Gonna Give You Up. I had enough of it. However, after he'd been around a bit, done a few songs, he did do a Christmas song, When I Fall in Love, and he did a Christmas song as well. He did a live performance on, I think it was The Last Resort on Channel 4 on a Friday night, and he could really sing, live as well. He could really do it. And I liked his voice, and I liked the slower songs. I just didn't really like the songs he was doing when he first started out, even though they were hugely popular. I just preferred the ballads, and he had a very unique voice for ballads. So yeah, I like that. But then I think he pretty much quit shortly after there. Tiffany, I Think We're Alone Now. So that's 1988. Kylie Minogue, I Should Be So Lucky. Oh, we should all be so lucky. It's not like I was against everything that Stockaken and Waterman did, because of course I'm not. And they did some really good songs, but it became a little bit too samey for a while. there was so much coming out that was very similar. Very similar. And, you know, Kylie Minogue, Jason Donovan, Kylie Minogue again, Jason Donovan again, Sonia, Jive Bunny and the Master Mixes, I think was also part of that block. Black Box, I'm not sure if they did that. Jive Bunny and the Master Mixes again, them. Jive Bunny and the Master Mixes. I'm pretty sure that was Pop Novelty. Oh, it wasn't. Oh. It wasn't at all. I do apologise. Rock Around the Clock. So yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier. The Everly Brothers were, where was it? Yeah, immediately by rhythmic re-editing of Bill Haley and the Comets and his Comets, Rock Around the Clock. Then Little Richard's Tutti Frutti. Yeah, so they did. It wasn't Stockade and Waterman. I apologise. Not that there's anything to apologise. I mean, Stockade and Waterman, they were brilliant. It's just, it was a factory. You know, they did put out a lot of similar things for a while. Bearing in mind, I was young at the time as well. I was 18. So, well, 16, 17, 18 during that period. But I did like some of the stuff, like the 95, when they did the, is it Soldier Stars? And they did Upon the Roof. The two lads that went on and did, like, sung a few songs, got to number one of all the songs. In fact, I can find it. Let's go back here. It was 1995. 1990s, 1995, because I was in a relationship. Robson and Jerome. Okay, so they 1995. Their first song was 7 weeks number one, Unchained Melody and White Cliffs of Dover. And then they had another song, I Believe, Up on the Roof. And that was November 1995 for 4 weeks number one. And that's when I had a girlfriend. Had a girlfriend. November 1995. It's true. I found someone who would hold my hand. Ooh. She took me clothes shopping once. That's the whole story. I remember she said to me, you should tuck your shirt into your jeans. And then I met someone and said, you should leave your shirt outside your jeans. I was very conflicted. Ooh. So what are we looking at? 95? 95. Spaceman. 1996. Wow. So looking back at this, it's just I don't know. It's just weird looking back at these songs from that time. You Are Not Alone. So I had a girlfriend who had a little kid who was about a year old, really. I really bonded with this boy. And I used to sing to him. He'd fall asleep listening to me singing. And I used to sing, You Are Not Alone, Michael Jackson song, well, other songs of Michael Jackson's. And he just really, I don't know why, but we just bonded. Really liked me. It was nice. He was in hospital when I was away, and he was in hospital, and his mum's dad, my girlfriend, contacted me, and I went and saw the kid in hospital. And the first thing he did is just put his arms out for me to pick him up. Just a real bond. It's weird. It's like you can't create it. It happens. If it happens, but it has to happen from. I guess it happens. I don't know, but I'm doing a lot of that today, aren't I? I think it has to happen from the kid. It has to come from the baby, because the baby bonds. It's like if an animal, isn't it? Like if an animal bonds with you, they bond. That's forever, isn't it? It's almost. And I want to talk about Andre because Vinny's asleep. With Andre, he didn't like me when I first got him, but we bonded afterwards. And my dream, if I ever got a pet, was to go to a place, see the pet. So let's say if I went to see a dog, there'd be like 5 dogs. I'd see which one came to me. Which one came to me and really paid me attention and liked me. So basically, instead of me choosing the animal, let the animal choose me. And that hasn't happened at all. Didn't happen with Andre. He didn't want nothing to do with me. And it didn't happen with Vinny. He wasn't interested. He wanted to stay where he was. So, yeah. Robson and Jerome. I couldn't believe that Jerome, from Robson and Jerome, because they were both in the Soldier TV show, he was in Game of Thrones, and I was watching Game of Thrones for years, trying to get my head around who he looked like, because he was in it right to the end. And it was funny as well. I don't know, it's something Jerome, his name is Flynn Jerome or something. But it's like, where do I know him from? And it was from that. It was from Soldier, because I used to watch that as well. And they cleaned up with the old. I don't think they was Stock Aitken or Walkman. I think it was Simon Cowell, I do believe, for Robson and Jerome. Return of the Mac. So what was the most number ones? Wow, this doesn't happen very often. The Fugees, the Killing Me Softly, was number 1 for 4 weeks from the 8th of June till the 6th of July. And then the 3 lines from Baddiel Skinner, The Lightning Seeds, was number 1 for 1 week. And then the Fugees went back to number 1 again. That's interesting. It's not. It is. Oh, and then in 1996, I do apologise, 1996, Robson and Jerome, right? Robson and Jerome, where are they? Where are you? They were number 1 again, a year after the last one. So they were number 1 November 95, but in November 96, What Becomes of the Broken Hearted, Saturday Night at the Movies, Neil Never Walk Alone, Saturday night at the movies. Who cares what picture you see? Yeah, I remember that. Wow. And 96, of course, was Spice Girls. Well, 96 and 97. Wow. There was a lot of number ones in 96. A lot of number ones in 97 as well. There's not many years where the number ones are very, very small. Oh, here's the total number ones. Artists by total number weeks at number one. Spice Girls 22. Mark Take That 21. Wet 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 19. Bryan Adams 16. This is throughout the whole of history, I think. Everywhere. George Michael 9. Jason Nevins. Who's Jason Nevins? 6. Bewitched 6 weeks. Meatloaf 7. Aqua 7. I'm a Barbie girl. Westlife 8. Queen 9. Sky. Maybe that's just the 90s. Just the 90s. Let's see, because it might give a different list. Because I think that might be wrong. I kind of understand where it's coming from. Lists of number ones by artist. But this is... Yeah, because otherwise it'd have Beatles, wouldn't it? So that's the 90s. Let's go to the 80s. Let's see what the total number ones are. Okay, here we go. Number one's Madonna in the 80s. Oh, it keeps taking me to different places and pages. Madonna had 6 number ones. Pet Shop Boys 4, David Bowie 4, Shakin' Stevens 4, The Jam 4, Wham 4, Frankie Goes to Hollywood 3, Jive Bunny and the Master Mixers 3, Kylie Minogue, The Police, Phil Collins, Paul McCartney, George Michael, Jason Donovan, John Lennon, Bucks Fizz, Whitney Houston, Blondie and Michael Jackson 3, all of them. But weeks at number one, Madonna 14, Pet Shop Boys 12. Because that's interesting. Because squeaky chair. I think that's interesting because if we go to the 90s, right. Now, Wet, Wet, Wet. Bryan Adams, Everything I Do It For You, 16 weeks at number one. Wet, 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 19 weeks. Now, I would have thought that Whitney Houston would be up there as well, because her song was number one for ages, wasn't it? I Will Always Love You. No. I will always love you. Hoo, hoo, hoo. Right. What about 2000? Let's just have a quick look, see the 2000s, see who was the top sellers of the 2000s. Because I lost track a little bit. Wow, 15 number ones, 15 weeks number one. So Westlife, 11 #1 hits. Wow. Eminem, 7. McFly, 7. Sugar Babe, 6. Madonna, 5. Blimey. #1, 11. I do listen to Westlife's greatest hits and I love it. Anyway, my laptop's starting to buzz for some reason. So I'm going to go. Thank you for listening. Remember to be kind to yourself because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, pressed the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed and then
even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized, really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, notice your feet relaxing, I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room. on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier. Without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. Time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed, so deeply peaceful. completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down. Because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body. Drip in out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs relax, relax, relax. the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders. Deepening each part of your body further and deeper, and deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. Relaxing very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles. Your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting. Mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil. Your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. Peaceful. enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. Drifting. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful.
And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast.
and things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the Pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time. And all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth, your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck. Letting go of any tension that may have been there before and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. focusing now on your hands. Your hands so peaceful in your hands. There's a sense of real peace that just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, muscles in your thighs. Your knees, so relaxed. Your calf muscles and your shins completely letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine in a way it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Nineteen. 18. 17. 16. 15. 15. 14. 13. 12. 11. 10. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 2. 1. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 4. 3. One. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1, what do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. the gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And how does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip. and then goes down to your knee joint. Now this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, it's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating, of course, your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that, because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. And I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles, and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins, and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. And of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible. Absolutely amazing things your ankles are. Truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap. They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. It's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, you know, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply. And maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body effortlessly, and just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down resting again. Starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say. And everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension, just generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we do, what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling, a feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason, no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words, and as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember until you wake up in your own time, when you experience the right amount of sleep for you. Because when you do, and if you do fall asleep, it's extremely pleasant, so relaxing, so deep, healing sleep. And it feels so nice to relax into your own body and mind as you feel that healing energy spreading through you, relaxing you so deeply, relaxing you so deeply. chest, your stomach, your back, your spine, your hips, your legs, your feet, your toes, and that feeling of healing spreading and growing inside your body, filling you up. Now, let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. Focusing on both of your elbows. Just observing the feeling of your elbows. Now focusing physical sensations in your ankles. Noticing now your toes on both of your feet, being aware of how your toes feel right now. Noticing how your entire body feels. Noticing how your mind feels now. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Letting go, letting go, letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good, it's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. And as I massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck, of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged, sometimes a nice deep massage is useful. And you decide how deep that massage is. And just allow my knuckles just to dig in, to get to those muscles and to really relax them. All the time being firm yet gentle with you. And just stroking down that area to your actual shoulders, moving to the muscles of your shoulders. And maybe initially just pulling up the shoulders a little bit off the table, just to give you a little bit of a stretch, but very gently. And you've got the muscles at the front of your shoulders, the sides and the back. Again, this is a part that can really take quite a bit of pressure, quite a bit of needing, if you wish, to really release the tension, to really get into those muscles, and you can let your fingers in there and it can feel really nice. Sometimes just being stroked gently or being massaged quite strongly can all be beneficial to the relaxation of the muscles in your shoulders. Now, as we move down your arms, we'll do one arm at a time, starting with your right arm. What I'll do is I'll just lift your arm up, just hold it to the side of you. Don't worry, it'll still be attached. And I just massage the tops of your arms. All the way down to your forearms, into your wrists. gently massaging that part, the softer part, which is the under part of the arm, which leads to the crease in your elbow, the inside. It's much more sensitive skin. Sometimes just having that stroked can feel really nice, pleasurable and relaxing. Now moving down to your right hand, just holding your hand in both of my hands. Just pressing gently on the back of your hand and stretching your fingers ever so lightly. At the same time, pressing down and massaging each finger. And then starting to massage the palms of your hand. Just turning the hand gently, stretching it gently. And actually having your hand held can really be an emotional experience sometimes, even if it is with a stranger, someone you don't know very well, like a massage person or a therapist maybe, because it's intimate. And it can feel nice, and you can feel safe. And as I put that right arm back down where it was, we're going to do the same with your left arm. Exactly the same. Massaging the muscles in your arm all the way down to your wrist. Stroking the inside of your arm. Just being gentle or as firm as you require. And then massaging your left hand. Stretching the fingers gently. Massaging the palm of your left hand. You can feel so relaxing. So comforting. Now just rest your left arm back down. Start to massage your back, the biggest part of your body. starting at the top, starting again where we already have been, that area at the top, in between your shoulders, near your neck, going back and massaging that area again, but this time moving downwards. Making a downward stroke to the middle of your back, working from the outside inwards. So massaging your back, but the outsides of your back. The parts where your arms would maybe rest against. Almost the part that connects your front to your back. And just massaging down firmly but gently, as firm as you want. Moving down and then moving across a little bit and moving all the way down again. Being very gentle, yet firm as you choose. Eventually we get to the spine. We can massage the muscles on either side of your spine, from the top of your neck all the way down to your lower back. We can do that a few times. Sometimes people would use the knuckle or the, two fingers and just go either side of the spine, and almost just push down and go all the way down to the bottom of the spine. Each time releasing tension and opening up the body, stretching your body so that you feel more relaxed, but at the same time rejuvenated. And now I'm going to move to one side, to your right side. And from the bottom of your ribs to your pelvis, I'm going to massage that area of your back. I'll stretch over the other side and I will pull the muscles gently and massage and push from one end, that side, all the way to my side. To the middle, in fact, to where your spine is. Massaging that side of your spine, the opposite side to where I'm standing. It's almost like kneading bread. There's that big area which is firm, yet lots there to massage. Potentially one of the most important places to actually have a massage, because you really feel it. You really feel the release and the pleasure of having your lower back massaged. It releases so much from your body that's not useful. Starting a healing process which will continue long after this recording is over. massaging this part of your body not only feels really good for you, but it's actually fun to do, because it is, as I said, like kneading bread. It's a part that you can really get a hold of and really massage deeply, if that's your choice. Then I'm going to move over to the other side of your body and do the same with the opposite part of your lower back, kneading and massaging from your sides all the way to the middle of your back where your spine is. Pressing and kneading, firm and gentle at the same time. It feels so releasing. This mixture of pleasure, comfort, release, calmness, relaxation, all mixed together. Plus there's that feeling from your stomach as it's being stretched. Even though you're on your stomach now, you can feel it being stretched because that whole area is connected to your stomach. Now we're going to move further up to your top of your body, and I'm going to do the same. This time starting with your upper back, put my hands forward over and massaging that area up to your spine, from the side of your body up to your spine. So some of that massage area, the muscle tissue, or whatever, fatty tissue even, will be possibly from your chest, because it's all connected. The chest and the back connect together. I'm going to be massaging and just pulling some of that skin from your side up and massaging that area of your upper back all the way to your spine. And then I'll move down a bit and I'll continue with the middle of your back, doing exactly the same thing. As gentle or as deep as you choose. Now I'll move the other side again and do the exact same thing with the top of your back on the other side, from pretty much underneath your arm area really, to your spine. And then continuing that all the way down, including your middle of your back. Now I'm gonna go to your thighs, the backs of your thighs, and the sides of your thighs. Starting with your right leg, massaging the back and the sides of your thighs, gently and firmly. There's a lot of muscles there it's an area that can be very tense at times and maybe needs a little bit more pressure than the rest of the body. But that's up to you. You can gently stroke the back of your legs where, opposite your knee joint or underneath your knee joint. It's a very sensitive, gentle area. And working down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles thoroughly and deeply if you choose, using both hands and fingers digging deep. To your ankles and the back of your ankles, just gently massaging that area. Maybe lifting the leg and stretching it a little bit. Moving to the right foot. Massaging the bottom of your feet and the sides of your feet. Gently but firm enough so they don't tickle. And just allow the pleasure that you get from having your feet massaged to just overtake you. As I continue to massage your feet, the bottoms of your feet, the sides, your arches, your heel. You can put a lot of pressure into your heel and it feels amazing. Yet the arches need to be a bit more gentle. Stretching your toes gently and massaging the bottoms of your toes with my fingers, each one individually. Moving over to the left leg to do exactly the same thing. Starting at the top of the thighs, working the back of the thighs and the sides, massaging deeply and gently that whole area, working all the way down. And this is an area that maybe you could like to spend more time relaxing and massaging. So perhaps if you wanted, I could make a future recording where I spend more time on one particular area. As you move down to your calf muscles, massaging your calf muscles firmly and gently. Moving down your ankle and to your feet, massaging the backs of your feet, the bottoms of your feet, stretching your toes and massaging each toe individually. And that feeling of pleasure and release that you experience when you're having your feet massaged feels really good. Now, as you turn over in your mind, laying on your back, I'm just going to start again at your neck area. In your shoulders, just to get back in touch with that area. And as we move up, I can clean my hands, make them all fresh, because now I'm going to massage your face gently. Starting off with your forehead, your eyes are closed, and I can just stretch your eyes a little bit, pushing up on your eyebrows. Just massaging around your scalp. Massaging down your cheeks, around your ears, into your jaw, gently. The sides of your neck, your chin, then just moving down from your neck down to your chest, starting by massaging the very top of your chest, where the collarbone is, either side of the collarbone. And then just massaging the whole of the chest. Moving the chest around. Because it's quite a large area, you can move from one side to the next. Moving my hands from underneath pretty much where your arms are, stretching up, stretching some of the muscles of your back in the process. Moving up over your chest, and then moving down again. Then allowing my hands to just massage gently and slide down towards your stomach, starting in the middle of your chest. And then gradually my hands moving apart and massaging and sliding at the same time, moving down to just below your rib cage. Moving down, then massaging up again, giving your chest all the attention that it needs to feel completely relaxed. Remembering that I'm also going to be focusing on your sides as well, an area that really doesn't get much attention but feels really good when it's massaged. Just stroking my hands down the sides of your body, and just below your arms, all the way down to your hips. Now, moving to your stomach area, I'm going to stand one side of you like I did when I did your lower back. I'm going to do a similar process of just stretching the muscles from your side, gently massaging from one side to the next, moving that whole area from below your ribs all the way down to below your belly button. And then I move round to the other side of you and repeat that. Process of relaxing deeply, calmly. You feel loose, you feel free. And there's something about having your stomach massaged that's different from any other part, because we do have a tendency of holding a different kind of stress in our stomachs that we may not be aware of. As I now massage your stomach, the front of your stomach, making circles around your belly button, and then going the other way around. There's a gentleness and a freedom that comes from feeling how you're feeling. As I now move down the tops of your thighs, the muscles, massaging them. And I can do this two legs at the same time, pressing down, massaging deeply those muscles in your thighs, the front of your thighs. And moving down to your knees, gently massaging your knees. Sliding down your shins, putting pressure on either side of your shin, gently, softly but firmly. moving down to your ankles, stroking the tops of your feet. And then with each foot in each hand, just gently massaging the whole of the foot, the top, the bottom, your heel, your ankle, your toes, massaging every part of your feet. It feels so good just to let go and enjoy the process. Enjoy feeling so deeply relaxed. So much comfort and so many feelings that come just from touching your skin. And you can just lie there for as long as you choose, enjoying the feeling of deep comfort from being massaged by me. Enjoy feeling deeply relaxed. And all we're going to do is blow out some candles in your mind. There are going to be 100 candles. And you're going to blow each one out individually, one by one, starting at 100 as I count down, all the way down to 1. And each time I say a number, you can imagine that candle in front of you, and I'd like you to actually physically gently blow that candle out. Just so it's not a big blow, it's just a gentle, and that candle will extinguish. And then I'll say the next number as we move down, and you can just blow that one out as well. And as we move down the numbers, you'll find yourself feeling more and more relaxed. And if you need to sleep, you'll also find yourself becoming incredibly tired and sleepy. In fact, you may struggle to blow out all 100 of these candles. As you feel more and more deeply relaxed, more and more deeply tired, and the further you go down, the more your mind starts to drift. And you may find that you stop listening to me after a while. And even though there may be background sounds where you are, you'll be aware of those sounds at the moment. You may start to just not even notice them at all, because they're unimportant. Where I am, I've got the sounds of the birds. There's Horace the pigeon, who likes to say hello sometimes. And there's the odd plane that goes by. Maybe traffic and trains in the distance. But none of that seems important whatsoever. The more candles you blow out, the less important anything is. The more candles you blow out, the further you seem to move away from sounds and from general day-to-day stuff. Seems to just move away on its own. As you feel more calmer with every candle you blow out, guiding you to the next number that you hear me say. And then you blow that candle out too. So easy, so simple. going to start by introducing the first candle, which is 100. The first candle, which is 100. When you blow that candle out, you'll find immediately a slight change in how you feel, as well as a real sense of positivity growing within you. Relaxation and sleepiness expanding, starting with 100. Blow out that candle now. 99. Candle 98. Candle 97. Candle 96. Candle 95. Candle 94. Candle 93. one. Candle 90. Candle 89. Candle 88. Candle 87. Candle 86. Candle 85. Candle 82. Candle 81. Candle 79. Candle 78. Candle 77. Candle 76. Candle 75. Candle 74. Candle 73. 64. Candle 63. Candle 62. Candle 61. Candle 60. Candle 59. Candle 58. Candle 57. Candle 56. Candle 55. Candle 54. Candle 53. Candle 52. Candle 52. Candle 51. Candle 50. Candle 49. Candle 48. Candle 47. Candle 46. Candle 45. Candle 42. candle 41. Candle 40. Candle 39. Candle 38. Candle 37. Candle 35. Candle 34. Candle 33. 21. Candle 30. Candle 29. Candle 28. Candle 24. Candle 23. Candle 22. Candle 17. Candle 16. Candle 14. Candle 12. Candle 11. Candle 10. Candle 3. Candle 2. Candle 1. Let go of all of those thoughts, worries, concerns about the past, thoughts about the future, and even things you've been thinking about today. Just let it all go, because none of it is useful in this moment. This is your opportunity to just focus on feeling relaxed, allowing yourself to get in touch with that natural sense of peace that we all have within us. It's available for everyone. It just sometimes takes a little bit of effort to set up the right time and place in order for you to just let go. Because when you do decide to let go and relax, that's what your body starts to do. Because you've chosen to just allow your body to unwind, and your mind starts to slow down. And it's a nice feeling. It's a nice feeling at the beginning just to know that you have chosen to decide to relax deeply. And because you've made that decision, your body will just follow suit. Because sometimes all the muscles in your body need is just permission from you to relax. Because so often we're busy, we're going from here to there, we're walking around and we're doing stuff, and the body doesn't have any time or space to really relax deeply. So it kind of waits for you to lead the way, waits for your permission. And when you do give your permission, when you give the say-so, when you say, okay, it's time for your body to let go completely and relax totally, your body just follows. It's almost like a breath of relief. Ah, good, I can now relax. That feeling at the end of a day, of a very physical day that you may experience in the past, where you get home and you just sit down on a chair, maybe you kick your shoes off and feels so nice. Knowing that you don't have to get up again for a little while at least. And if you choose, you can just sit there for maybe an hour or two. And it feels blissful. And just by sitting down like that, your body knows that it's time to relax. Your body has been given permission from you, because it's a mindset. In your mind, you're prepared to let go of everything and just completely allow all the stress of your body to evaporate. Any tensions can just gradually vanish. It's almost like magic, really. Because that sense of relaxation in your body is a very natural state. It's not something unusual. It may feel unusual when you first start to relax, if you haven't really spent a lot of time focusing and giving yourself this space to let go completely and relax. It may seem almost alien, but it isn't. It's actually the most natural thing in the world to let go completely, to relax totally. The most natural thing in the world to allow yourself to feel really calm in your mind. And it is almost like a literal unwinding. It's like you press a button and all the tension just releases. And it's like a wheel, like a cog, like the inside of a clock just unwinding. And it's almost like you could see the little wind up knob that's used just going the opposite way that you would use to wind it up. And the energy, that frenetic, stressful energy, gradually winding down, losing its power, losing its strength, as the sense of relaxation becomes stronger and deeper. And you may find that the more relaxed you feel, that your mind starts to wander. Maybe you seem to stop listening to me for a while and your mind goes somewhere else, and then you realize you're listening to me again. And that was just your mind drifting to sleep, which is quite natural, because sometimes when we're stressed and tense, we may not actually be aware of what we need, what we physically or emotionally need in this moment. But when you allow your body and mind to relax completely, and you let go of all thoughts, concerns, worries, ideas, all letting them go, allowing them to drop onto the floor, you start to get in touch with the feelings of such relaxation. It feels so nice to be in touch with the calmness of the different body parts as they become looser and looser. Even your breathing seems easier and more natural, effortless, as that cool air enters through your mouth or nose into your lungs, breathing in comfort and relaxation, and then just breathing out any excess remaining tension or stress from every part of your body and mind. As you start to focus on your mind, maybe you notice that things have come to a standstill, or maybe just much, much slower than before, because your mind is not really needed when listening to my voice, which allows your mind to relax just as deeply as your body. And that synchronicity between the relaxation of your body and relaxation of your mind lets you know that feeling completely calm, loose and relaxed really is a great healing experience for you and has so many positive benefits for your body, your mind, and your life to be able to let go of everything and to relax completely in all parts of your body and mind. Even your bones are relaxed. All your muscles are relaxed. Even the skin that covers your body is relaxed. Every hair that you have is also deeply relaxed. And your brain really starts to feel the benefit of this healing relaxation. And as you focus on the inside of your scalp where your brain is, you can start to realize and notice the benefits of your brain relaxing deeply. And as your brain continues to relax, it sends those messages to the rest of your body and your mind to really relax even more deeply, relaxing even more completely, letting go of any remaining thoughts or concerns. Allow them just to drop onto the floor because they're no longer necessary in this moment. This moment of deep relaxation and calmness filling your brain with deep, concentrated healing, calming, relaxing every part of your brain, feeling so loose and comfortable, so relaxed and peaceful. Your brain feels so light joy, those ever increasing sensations of comfort that are spreading throughout your body, relaxing each and every muscle of your body even deeper, even deeper, much more deeper than before, much more comfort spreading through your body and your mind, feeling so peaceful and calm, so very, very peaceful in every part of your body, letting go of everything, everything, so peaceful and calm, so relaxed. With every second that passes, you feel deeper and deeper relaxed, deeper and deeper relaxed, calm, so calm, peaceful, so very peaceful, from your head down to your toes, such peace and comfort growing all the time, such peace and comfort spreading through your body and mind, deeper and deeper, such comfort spreading and sinking deeper into every muscle of your body, so that you feel amazing, so relaxed, so peaceful, so relaxed and peaceful, letting go of everything. We're going to do a body scan, focusing on firstly how you feel in your body, not trying to change how you feel, not trying to relax, not trying to move away from any discomfort or stress or tension, but just accepting, observing and accepting how you feel in the different parts of your body. Just allowing yourself to be exactly as you are. to notice, to get in touch with how you actually feel in this moment. So we're going to start off by focusing on your hands. Just be aware of your hands. I'd like you to move your hands around. Just maybe move your fingers a little bit. Open and closing your hands very gently. Just so that you can get in touch with how your hands and your fingers feel. With very, very slow movements. Focusing now on your feet. And if you can, just do kind of an equivalent with your feet as you've just done with your hands. Maybe turning your ankles, moving your feet around, moving your toes gently, but only very gently and very slowly. Noticing how your feet feel in this moment. Focusing now on your eyes. I'd like you to just focus on your eyelids. Maybe you can open and close your eyes a couple of times to really get in touch with how you feel when you do close your eyes. The muscle changes in your eyes when you do close them. Maybe raising your eyebrows, which stretches the tops of your eyes. Perhaps squinting your eyes, scrunching up your eyes, just so you can really get in touch with all aspects of how your eyes feel right now. Now focusing on your thighs, and I'm going to just ask you to gently tense your thighs, just very, very gently, just enough so you can become more attuned to the physical sensation of your upper legs, the front of your thighs and the backs of your thighs. Noticing and observing how your thighs feel right now. Moving your focus to the back of your neck. Just noticing the back of your neck, the muscles, and of course they lead to the side of your neck. They also lead to the top of your back, which lead to your shoulders. So as you focus on the back of your neck, Maybe you can move your head gently upwards as if you were looking up. Maybe moving your head down as if you were looking down. Perhaps moving your head side to side, right to left, but only very slowly and very gently. Not trying to force anything. It has to be very, very gentle, just so that you can be more in touch with the feelings, with the sensations, the physical sensations of how the back of your neck feels right now. As we now focus on the tops of your arms, the parts where your biceps and your triceps are, between your elbow and your shoulders. As you focus on those parts, the tops of your arms, you may like to just tense them, but very, very gently and slowly, so you're not straining or putting any pressure whatsoever on your arms. It's just so that you can gain more of a sense of how your upper arms are feeling in this moment. And just noticing as you gently, very gently and slowly tighten the muscles and then let go. Notice how the tops of your arms feel right now. As we now focus on your stomach, the area, the lower abdomen area below your belly button, moving all the way down to your hips, just above your groin. Maybe you're able to tense these muscles in that area very, very gently and slowly. If that's a difficult thing to do, then maybe you can just move your body, pushing your stomach up, maybe moving a little bit to the side, using your hips, just so that you can get more in tune with how your lower abdomen area is feeling in this moment. Just noticing the physical sensations as we move your attention to your mouth, noticing your lips and inside your mouth, your teeth, your gums, your tongue. Just noticing how your tongue and your mouth feels. And it may help by moving your tongue around your mouth, moving it to your left, maybe pressing it gently against the side of your mouth, and then to the right, gently to the side of your mouth, perhaps pressing up against the top of your mouth, and then down gently against the bottom of your mouth. Always very slowly and very, very gentle, so that you can be aware of how you feel in your mouth area. Now we're going to focus on your wrists. And I'm going to ask you to maybe just rotate your wrists by moving your hands in a circular motion very gently and slowly, just so that you can feel the sensations that you are currently experiencing in your wrists, perhaps moving your hands up and down, again very, very gently and slowly. Very gentle and slow. As we now start to observe your lower back, that back part is just above your hips, where your coccyx are. That whole area, which also really does include the sides of your body, because those muscles are very much connected. As those muscles also move into your hip area, connecting to your buttocks, the sides of your hips. And if you're physically able to do so, maybe you can very gently just move your body ever so slightly, very slowly, from side to side, just enough for you to gauge how you feel in your lower back. Perhaps you could even move your hips gently up and down, gently and slowly, in order to really be in touch with the physical sensations of your lower back. As we now move your attention to your jaw, that area from your chin all the way up to near where your ears are, the whole of your jaw. And you can just, if it's okay to do so, gently open your mouth, not wide, no stretching, just very gently and slowly opening your mouth and closing your mouth very gently and slowly. So you can be in touch with how your jaw feels now. Noticing now your chest area. And you don't need to do anything to move your chest because it moves every time you breathe. And it moves very gently as you focus on how your chest feels when you breathe. Moving your focus to your forearms and your elbows. Maybe you're able to very gently and slowly tense the muscles in your forearms. And when you do that, you can feel your elbows as well. Very gently and slowly. Gently and softly observing your forearms and elbows. Now we can focus on the rest of your back, your upper back, and the middle of your back. Again, this part of your body moves also every time you breathe. You may not notice that usually, but as you observe your upper back and the middle of your back, you can really feel that gentle and slow movement moving your focus into your hip area, your buttocks, your groin, those those muscles and those bones in your midsection. Just noticing how your hips feel right now. You can very, very gently move your hips, maybe side to side, very gently and slowly. Very, very gently, softly and slowly. Everything starts to slow down, including the thoughts in your mind, and your mind itself just starts to gradually, it doesn't have to be instant, but just gradually starting to, it's almost like time is stretching. It's a slower pace to maybe what you're used to in your day-to-day life. It's a slower movement of energy. Very small movements which make up the larger movements, which is always the case. You know, when you move your hand, it might seem like it's one movement, but it's lots of minute different muscles moving in accordance with each other, and what happens in this space that we're sharing is we move from that big movement into those smaller movements. Starting to focus on how your body feels, but not just as a whole, not just, oh, I feel in this way, I'm feeling stressed or tense, or I'm feeling relaxed and calm, I'm feeling this way, I'm feeling that way. Starting to notice that your body begins to present to you small feelings around your body. Small physical sensations in your legs, whether pleasurable or not. Maybe resisting the temptation to label them or to judge them, those feelings, just thinking about them as just being neutral, just feelings. Not being particularly concerned, but just noticing what your body is telling you. The feelings in your arms. Instead of feeling the whole of the arm, maybe notice those individual feelings for all those different muscles and the skin, the hairs of your arms, all the internal parts of your arms, the veins. The bones, just being aware of maybe your elbow on your right arm has a certain feeling, maybe your left wrist also has its own individual physical sensation. What about your forearm on your right arm? Your right forearm. There may not be any particular feeling that you could even give a name to. May not feel like anything other than just a feeling. You know, it's there. The feelings in your shoulders. Perhaps your shoulders, when you think about them, kind of almost like they're the same, you know, the same feeling. Almost like both of your shoulders are just one thing. But of course they're not. And when you focus on your left shoulder and then on your right shoulder, maybe you find that you move the muscles a little bit. Maybe tense the muscles gently. Noticing the difference in each shoulder. Your lower back. The left side of your lower back and the right side of your lower back. course, that connection to your buttocks and to your hips. And also moving up into the middle of your back. And sometimes, like right now actually, when I focus on that part, when I focused on my buttocks, and then I focused on the middle of my back, it almost felt like the muscles in my lower back were being stretched very gently, but just stretched a little bit, even though I wasn't doing anything to try to stretch your lower back. It just seemed to happen. The feeling of very gently stretching your lower back comes along. That feeling in your chest. Just noticing what sensations you are experiencing in your chest right now. And there's so much of the chest. Obviously there's the collarbone leading to the chest. You've got the chest bone. You've got the muscles in your chest. And of course, if you're female, there's possibly the breasts. If you're male, you've got the different, well, mine aren't that different these days, but there may be more muscles at the top of the chest, but at the side, underneath, it's pretty much the same, whether you're a man or a woman. There's muscles there, muscles that stretch out to your back, as well as breast tissue which stretches and moves into your back. So just being aware of your chest, being with whatever feeling there is in your chest. And when I notice that I focus on my chest, I feel it in my back, my upper back. I mean, I guess the obvious reason would be because, I breathe in, and it stretches my chest and my back at the same time. Yeah, it feels okay. Doesn't feel. I got a little bit of pain in my right chest. A little bit, not pain, but little discomfort, maybe stiffness possibly, I don't know. I notice my shoulders are also wanting to flex for some reason. I think that's probably part of my upper back. That connection between my shoulders and my upper back. Because I can move my shoulders and stretch the muscles in my back. Moving the shoulders backwards or up, which then moves I think it's the scapulars in your back. It feels quite nice actually. The good thing about this is you can, if you want to, you can just flex or stimulate the various muscles in your body gently in order to get more of a sense of how they feel. And when you're relaxing, when you do tense a muscle and you let it go and you let it relaxes way more than it would normally. But you have to feel that you're able to do that. There's no point doing it if there's an issue with a part of your body. You need to be gentle with yourself at all times when relaxing deeply. It's important to be kind to yourself. As you notice your mind, how much has your mind slowed down since we started this recording? How calm and peaceful is your mind right now? With nothing to think about and just my voice to listen to, because you know the intention behind this recording is relaxation. At the very least, for you to feel more relaxed at the end of the recording than you did at the beginning. At the very least, for your mind to slow down as your body continues to relax. Because that's what you want to happen. That's what you expect to happen. For a relaxation, to feel your body. Maybe calming your mind to the point of boredom when you start maybe to drift away. Drifting. It's almost as if you're moving further away from your body and your mind, just leaving that there. Kind of like an escape pod in a spaceship, a movie, a space movie, you know, when they get into that little pod and it sends them far away from the spaceship. Safe to dream. And continue to relax. Drifting. So slow. And peaceful. So relaxed. And peaceful. And focusing on the feeling of those individual parts of your body that are relaxing one by one. You may find that every now and then you realize that you weren't listening to my voice because your mind started to imagine something different. Maybe you started to almost move into some kind of a dreamy state. And then you become aware of my voice again. And even though you may want to focus on my voice, you may also wish to allow your mind to just drift naturally into that space of comfort and safety. As you feel more comfort spreading through your body like a warm blanket, covering you gently, keeping your body at just the perfect temperature. And even if you can hear background sounds, they just don't seem to matter anymore. As that sense of peace spreads through your mind, like a gentle breeze, yet strong enough to blow away all negativity, strong enough to remove from your mind any anxiety or stress that was there before. And blow away any other thoughts or feelings that just don't fit with the sense of relaxation that is filling your body and your mind. And as you focus on your mind, I'm going to count down from 10 down to 1. And with each number you hear, your mind will become slightly more relaxed. Just slightly. So from 10 down to 9, just a slight movement. From 9 down to 8, just another small 7, that feeling is a gap, almost like a gap that starts to get wider, the gap between those feelings that you used to have in your mind compared to the feelings you have that are growing now. Feelings of comfort and security and confidence. And that gap becomes wider. 8 down to 7, 7 down to 6. And when you get to 5, your mind will start to have a certain physical sensation, almost like there's a magnet outside of your head sucking the tension and the stress and any remaining feelings that you don't want, sucking them out through your skull. And then down to 4, you can start to really experience that sense of not just emptiness but space. A place full of fresh air. A place where you can stretch. It's almost as if as you go down to 4 and 3, your mind is expanding with this sense of peace and tranquility growing. As it moves down to 2, when you get to 1, your mind just feels exactly how you want to feel. It's almost a perfect feeling. Maybe a sensation that you'd like to keep. A place that's safe where nothing can affect you at all. And you can stay in that space of comfort and confidence. Confident in your own ability to create this space and this feeling of comfort within your own mind, just by counting from 10 down to 1. And this is something that you can do yourself when you're on your own. A time when you can maybe sit down, maybe just for a few minutes. Close your eyes and just count slowly from 10 down to 1. And re-experience these feelings in your mind. And when you feel that way in your mind, your body copies your mind. system into every part of your body. It travels through your bloodstream, healing and relaxing every particle of your existence. And we can practice this a few times before the end of the recording, and then you can practice on your own. And each time you count from 10 down to 1. The feelings of comfort, calmness, and deep relaxation become stronger and deeper. Filling your mind and your brain with these positive chemicals that spread throughout your body, relaxing you so quickly, relaxing your whole body and mind so very, very easily, just by counting from 10 down to 1. So we're going to do it now. I'm going to count from 10 down to 1, and I'd like you to repeat the number after me. So when I say 10, you can just repeat to yourself 10. Just notice, be aware of how you feel in your mind and your body. Then when I say 9, you can repeat to yourself 9. Again, noticing the increase in comfort and calmness in your mind and in your body. The same when I say 8, when I say 7, 6, when I say 5, 4, when I say 3, 2, and lastly when I say 1, you can repeat that number. Now, of course, when you do this on your own, without listening to me, you can say the numbers at whatever speed that you feel is necessary for you, so you can adapt. So if you feel you want to say the numbers 10 down to 1 faster than I do, then go ahead and do that. Or if you feel when you do it yourself that you'd like to have more space between the numbers, maybe take a lot longer to get from 10 choice also to do. So I'm going to count from 10 down to 1. And when I get to 1, that will be the end of this recording. Unless, of course, you're listening with music, then the music will continue. 10. Nine, noticing how you physically feel, having counted down from 20 to 1, allowing stress and tension to leave through your fingertips and your toes. And as you focus on your fingertips, maybe they feel a little bit tingly, which is, I suppose, quite understanding considering the tension has been exiting your body through your fingertips. So now we're going to count from 20 down to 1 again. This time you're going to feel relief of tension and stress, any anxiety that you may have, leaving through your stomach. Just leaving through your stomach, almost as if it's just releasing